And good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. Hope everyone's doing well today. Hey, Shrimp Father. Hey, Timor. Just dropped in to see what condition my condition is in. I hope good. Hope you're in a good condition. You guys may see the camera right here. I'm rejiggering some things to work on the black box tonight. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. For those of you that are new here or newly followed or newly subscribed through either Twitch or YouTube and are watching this in a VOD, my name's Digital Dragon, otherwise known as Luke. I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. And that means we do everything from, just opening up and, I'll say assembling printers like the Bamboos over here. You're doing full up printer builds like some of our Vorons. We got a rat rig over here on the ground right now. We've got the black box to doing some prototyping and some closed beta type work, which is like the Trad Rack, the Zero G Mercury one that's kind of a little bit more hidden back here, to some regular 3D printing here and there. But welcome on in, everybody. Today, we're going to be working, like I said, on the black box. So one of the issues that we noticed when I first got this printer built and started to run it, um, I would get some weirdness happening when it was doing the start of a print during the start G-code sequence. And after looking at it briefly, when I had it on the bench before I had to pack it up and take it to Midwest Rep Rap Festival, and then looking at it for a couple of days there with a couple of people that were that have been in the project for quite a while, I think what's happening is we may be getting like a power brownout. And I say brownout, I haven't like physically gone in and thrown test meters on there to see if I get an amperage drop or not, or a spike. But I think what's happening is um, the base design, which called for a Meanwell LRS-350, did not include the 3 daylights on a stick, which we've added, and included up to 5 tool heads, but the 5 tool heads were standard heaters, right? I'm running Revo high flow heaters on 4 of these, pushing 0.6 obsidian nozzles. At some point, I'll probably switch over to the high flow nozzles. Hey, Pez Liz, welcome on in. So instead of running a 40 watt heater, I'm running a 60 watt heater. And then on tool 0, I actually have an E3D V6 setup with a titanium heat break, nickel plated copper heat block, and a gamma slice engineering gamma 0.6 nozzle, a hardened nozzle. But that has a 65 watt heater. And thinking through it, just trying to troubleshoot and talk through what we were seeing, is when I'm trying to do a multicolor print, which is what we're doing with the tool head or tool changer here, multicolor, multi-material print. The bed's heating up, main heater bed, but the bed's heating up. 4 to 5 tool heads are heating up. At the same time, it does a homing sequence, and then it tries to do a rapid move to I'll say the front right corner, which is the 0, 0 position, to start doing the bed meshing. And what I was finding is a very good portion of the time, I say a very good portion, the majority of the time, it would skip steps and it would wind up like coming at here instead of here. And then everything gets thrown off. It skips steps on the X and Y. And when it goes to try and pick up a tool, it's not aligned where it thinks it's aligned. Bad things happen, things crash. So what we did on the last stream on Tuesday is we went through and added in a side cooling fan. So right now we just have a single 3010 fan that's horizontally mounted at the bottom of the gantry. It's just blowing straight across. We're finding that if you're doing if you're doing ABS or an engineering material, it's not as critical because you don't normally cool those a lot. But if you're doing PLA prints, you need all the cooling you can get. So this is a 120 millimeter by 36 millimeter fan. We got this mounted. We did get the wiring extension added into the printer. We plugged it in, we tested it, made sure it worked, got the configuration done on Tuesday night. It's not on the printer right now because I'm going to have to get in here today. And what we're going to do today is we're going to swap the Meanwell LRS-350 24 volt power supply out here for a pair of these UHP-350 24 watt or 24 volt power supplies. So what that's going to do is increase us from 350 to 700 watts available, or amperage available. And what we're going to do is we're going to split the load up in the printer. Right now, we've got a Duet 6HC main board, a Duet 3HC secondary board, a Raspberry Pi, a 12 volt, and a 5 volt buck converter, all running off the same power supply. The 5 volt is providing 5 volt to the Raspberry Pi, as well as 5 volt to the Duet board. The 12 volt is providing power to our water cooling pump and the fan that cools that. So we've got a lot of amperage draw here, especially when heaters are heating up together versus as needed. And the way the tool changer works is it can have a standby and it can have a active temperature. We could probably work with the macros to only bring them up to a standby temp versus a full up temp, and maybe do some type of linger or wait until they're all up to temp. But for now, what I'm going to do is install go from the 350 to the dual 350s. And what that will allow me to do is kind of split the load up. So because our host system is the Raspberry Pi, and the main board is the 6HC, which is also drawing 5 volt power, my plan is to put the 6HC and the 5 volt buck converter on one of these. And then on the other one, we'll peel off for the 3HC and the 12 volt buck converter. The other nice thing about this is it's probably going to make some of the wire and the wire routing a little bit easier in here. On an LRS power supply, all of your screw down terminals are on the same side. It means you've got mains voltage in and then all your DC out in the same spot. Hey, Stephen Poole, welcome on in. On our UHP systems here, you've got main voltage in one side and DC coming out the other side. So what that does is that will make this front quadrant here all AC mains power, and from here all the way around the back is going to be our DC power. So it kind of splits things up and provides you the ability to split out mains voltage from DC voltage, because the main voltage will kill you, right? The DC voltage is going to give you a shock. The main voltage can stop your heart, right? So that's not good. So what we need to do here, let me switch over to our overhead view. I did order 2 more of the UHP 350s. I had one on hand, and I ordered 2 more for this particular project. So of course, one of them is just going to go back into the bench stock. Because you always need bench stock. Always need bench stock. Now the critical thing here is to make sure that you line these up in the correct order or position. And I created this mount, catted it up, and printed it out. Needed to make some slight tweaks. So I did that. There's going to be a little bit of gap between these 2 power supplies. because they are convection cooled. And on the next revision of this plate, I've got lightning cutouts in here to just reduce the amount of plastic that we're putting into the part. Shouldn't hamper any of the strength or anything at all. And I found with these, one of the easiest things to do is just get the 2 screws started on one side. Come on. So how's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's doing good. As Liz, I apologize so much for missing your stream last night. Are you still collecting donations for the charity? And if so, can you put the link in chat? So by getting the 2 on the one side, you can set the power supply on here, and then it just makes it a little bit easier to get things lined up. All right, you have another one tomorrow at 8:30? Okay. Okay. So there we go. There's our UHP 350s dual setup. Again, mains is on this side, DC out is on this side. So we do get 2 terminals on each side. And by splitting up the load between the 2, we should hopefully be able to just have single connectors screwed down on each one of these, where on the 350 we had to stack up wires and connections. So oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Philinux. I hope that she is still doing well, and is not in a lot of pain and stuff like that. I know my dad, my mother-in-law, and my brother's mother-in-law are all dealing with blood cancers. Um, so yeah, that's kind of a scary thing because I don't know if that runs in the family or what have you. But yeah, I hope she is okay and is not in a lot of pain and stuff. And I commend you for being there to take care of your mom. Look over the bench side, and so I'm going to try and use this, and hopefully we can get in here and you can see what I'm doing. I've got the rear panel and the side panel off so I can get in here and work around. Once again, all of our wiring is currently coming in here, and I'm going to work on pulling it back through and hopefully being able to clean it up and shorten some of the wires out. And oh, what did I do with my screwdriver? I put my screwdrivers away. See? You clean up and now your tool's not where you expect it to be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all of my DC wires. And then I'll try and pull those out and around some to get them out of the way. And then we'll undo our mains wire. Okay. And I'm also going to just pop these off one at a time, because if I get too much of this coming out, then it becomes a pain in the butt to get it all back in there. I'll try and work my way around removing these wires. And I do have a set of Wago connectors underneath here for the mains. So I should have, I think I have one extra connector. Oh no, darn, I did 3s, not 5s. Well, I may have to actually daisy chain the mains to one another, but we'll figure that out here in a second. Now, one thing I do want to show you is this is a 350 and this is dual 350s. So if I put this right over the top, you'll see that footprint wise, whoops, maybe. You'll see footprint wise here in 1 second. On camera. There we go. You'll see that footprint wise, we're not too much larger. We're a couple of millimeters taller, and then we're a few millimeters wider, but we can deal with that. I know the other thing that's Chris with KB3D is going to try and do is he's going to try a LRS-350. Now the 450 is a larger footprint than this. It's a little bit taller, a little bit wider, and a little bit thicker of a power supply. So we're not sure, excuse me, we're not sure if that's going to work either. So, you know, this is why we're trying different options. He's working one and I'm working for the other. So, hey, Bexy Beans, how's it going? 4 months isn't long enough. I agree, Bexy. But you know what? We've known each other for at least 4 months, so that's really cool. I've already gotten to see you. And now we just need to get, you're coming out here soon, right? You come out in, well, not my neck of the woods, but you're coming out to see Maker in when? September? Into September? Beginning of September? Sometime in September? I think. 11th to the 29th? Nice. I will be up in Bel Air, Maryland on the 29th of September, because we'll be up there for 3D Printopia. And I believe Pez Liz will be there as well. Okay, so we will be installing this. For right now, I'm going to try and fish these wires the rest of the way out before we dig into there. And of course, this set of wires was the first set I put in, so they're all the way in the back of this trough. Makes life fun. So today, the way that we have the wires run on the, using the big power supply is, whoops, what's going on there? Okay. With the big power supply, we had one of these that was going to the 6HC, the main board up here, and then we daisy chained from the 6HC over to the 3HC. So all I'm going to do is plug this back into one of the new PSUs, and we'll disconnect the wire from the 6HC to the 3HC, and we'll probably just outright replace that with a new wire that's going to come from the secondary PCU or PSU into the 3HC, and that'll just make things simpler. The other nice thing, since a couple of these wires here are for the 5 volt and the 12 volt buck converter back here, instead of coming up and all the way around, we're literally going to be coming from here to there. So it really doesn't need to be this long either. What's going on here? Uh-oh. Come on. Okay. That one's out. This one is coming over. Wrapped around some cords because why not? This is primarily just the order in which I put cords in here, or wires in here, that is causing things to get tangled up and knotted up in here. There we go. Okay. Goes back in there. So we've got the input line for the, say for our 12 volt, the input line for our 5 volt, which I don't even think I need to run in the trough at this point, and I'll be able to shorten those dramatically. I'll leave that open for now. This one is now going to come over and kind of just snake down through here with the near our 12 volt one, or bleh. This one's going to go to the 5 volt buck converter. Kind of in that vicinity. Okay. Now, trying to think how I want to do this, because right now what I've got is I've got a little set of Wago three pin connectors. So basically what I've got is the switch goes into the Wago or from the Wago goes to the PSU, and from the Wago goes to the bed heater, right? The load goes to the SSR, SSR to the bed heater. The neutral from the bed goes all the way back to the neutral in the Wago, and the ground goes all the way back to the ground in the Wago. So I either need to change out the Wagos and possibly relocate a set of 5 over here on the side or something, because there's no room underneath here where I've got the current set to be able to do increase from 3 to a set of, instead of 3x3 go to 3x5. I don't even know if they make a 4 set of Wagos. I could just daisy chain these 2 together. So come in from the Wagos into one, and then do the daisy chain, which is what I was trying to get away from, was a lot of daisy chaining. Or I think on those Wagos, I can double up the wire up to a certain size. I can't remember. I'd have to double check. Yeah, I know there's a 5 Wago. It's the spot where I have the Wagos underneath this side. There's not enough room to do the 3x5 Wagos. And you can't put it on top, because on top you're going to have your deck panel. So you can't put it on top. It's more of a space thing on where I've got it, because it's between the belt and the cable, the vertical cable mount that I have it, and there's just not enough room. I mean, there's room here, between these 2 points, but I don't know of a 40-40 mount for Wagos. I just haven't seen one. Yeah, I mean, I know there's mounts out there. I just don't think I have the right. I don't have one right now that would fit in the space constraints that I'm dealing with. That's just the issue that I'm looking at right here. So I think what I'll do is I'll just do some, a set of 3 pigtails here, to pigtail them together, and then go on out to the Wago. That probably wouldn't be a bad thing either. Let me grab. Boy, I'm going to need some wires, so let me see what kind of wire I have here in my little wire spares, per se. Because see, what I can do with my ground here is I should be able to, go ground to ground. And what I've done in the past is simply, expose some, folded it in half, crimp like that. So it is one continuous wire, and I'm not having to do, fork connector on top of fork connector. That, of course, is one option. I don't know if that's the option that everybody will be down with, but, and I'm looking at this saying that this would be good, but this is like 20 gauge. Probably want to do it with 18 versus 20, especially if I'm going to be running across 2 power supplies. So that's 20. No, that's 18 gauge. That's 18 gauge. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the end that they had well, I guess let me switch over to this. I'm going to start with the end that they had that was stripped. I'm just going to come over here into the middle some, figure out about how I want to run that. And I'll strip another section. Say that, and I'll probably have to use my, oh, that worked. I'll strip another section there. Come back here and just adjust as needed on this end. End up. Now, like I said, this spot in the middle, give it a twist, fold it over. And I can crimp that wire and the other wire. And that'll give me my 2 connections to play with. I just put that on there, twisted it on. I'm going to go ahead and crimp it. Give it a tug. Grab our other side. Put a fork connector on that. And technically, you can do the same thing just by cut some of that excess off. You know, you can do the same thing just by cutting it and running the 2 wires side by side. It's going to work just as well. Belle and Rapunzel are off to bed now for work tomorrow. Lots of love. Belle and Rapunzel. Are you dealing with multiple personalities again there, Bexy? Yeah, it's definitely doable. And in that case, what you would do is, you see how these fork connectors are offset a little bit? In that case, you would take them and put the flatter sides together so that they match up and they get under the screw a lot easier. If you go the other way, they don't really match up and they bend down and you get a loose connection, which is which could leave it ready to arc. And that's what we're trying to do, is make sure that we don't arc, because arcing bad. So what I'm going to try and do is get these little pigtails put on there beforehand. And I keep forgetting these. You can't, on the LRS, you can just slide the forks in. On these, you have to take the screw all the way out, lay the fork in, turn it. Ah. So these ones, you can't run the fork in. It won't work. But if you lay the fork in there, it'll work and it stays in there. Gives you a lot better connection as well. So you just need to get the fork in there, then get your screw started. And I really need like a P1 driver here, because this is a P2 and it's a little bit big. And then the other screwdriver is a P0, which is a little too small. Common sense would tell me to stop fighting it and just grab the iFixit, where I have different sizes of screwdrivers. Okay. Of course, the issue now is magnetized. So as soon as you get it near the chassis, it tries to divert over to the chassis versus the screw terminal. Okay, one down. Americans don't talk about screwdriver sizes. Hey, I'm comfortable in my size. Okay, one pigtail down. Now we just need to make the others. So let's see. Do I have a red wire here? Red wire, red wire, red wire. Yes, I have a red wire. So what did we use before? Black and white. I have a black wire. Don't have a black wire? Seriously? I got a blue one. That'll work. We'll use blue and red. Not that kind of joke most people have, only think there is one. Oh, exactly. Exactly. Or it's a small one or a big one. You know, you can get a stubby or you know, a stubby, a long one, a super long one. Okay. I'm going to try the other strippers and see if they work a little bit better at doing this mid-length strip. Out in the same spot. Good connection there. Don't have as much length to play with here, but I think that's still going to be enough. Probably could have made that a little bit shorter still. Yep, just debating there. I think that's what I'm going to do. Swap ends. Hey, Jose, how's it going? We're doing good. We are redoing the power supply for our black belt printer. And in the process, what we're doing is we're replacing a single Meanwell LRS-350 with a setup of two UHP-350s. Oh, hey Westery, how's it going, sis? You're at dinner with Dad? Okay. Tell Dad we said hello. Hope he's doing okay. Hanging in there. Nick, how's it going? Add a little bit of solder just to make sure it starts a fire. Yeah. You know, we're looking for an exciting experience. The we just have LEDs. We don't have ergobos. So without ergobos, we need something else to, make this fire. Okay. Let's try and make this a little bit shorter. About right there. Oh, no, that didn't work. All right, well, we are going to be doing this one as 2 wires because that kind of foobarred. Guess that was a length too long for it to do the nice clean strip. I don't need those 2 wires. There's enough wire in here. Little twist. Oh, and that didn't work. Failed the tug test. Darn it. Give it one more shot. Come on, you little jerk. Give it one more shot. If this doesn't work, then we will resort to doubling up or trying one of the other 15 red wires I have over here. We'll make one of these work. And that is why you always do a tug test here, is to make sure your wire crimp is good. Because that would have been bad if I had put that in there and didn't do a tug test and it pulled out like that. Hey, Nomi, how's it going? Hope you are doing good. So we have pulled the LRS-350 out, and we are installing a set of UHP-350-24 watts. So same output voltage, 24 volts, but we are switching over to whatchamacallit. Like, are we playing words on stream or something? Because that's about the way my brain's working right now. We're switching from one LRS-350 to 2 UHP-350s. And so if you look at this, I'm just going to try and set this right on top of it. We wind up being a little bit wider and just a hair longer than the LRS-350. But we're putting 700 watts of power in the same space. And what we're going to do is we're going to run the 5 volt and the 6HC, the main MCU board off one. The other one's going to go to the 12 volt buck converter and the Duet 3HC. So that's going to split 3 hot ends and the water cooling off to one power supply. And then the other power supply is going to be doing the Raspberry Pi and the main controller board. So we should have plenty of amperage available between them, because what was happening is I think we were running out of amps, right? To fire up all the hot ends and then do a fast move on our motor. I'm not going to put this completely away because we are going to be shortening the run of some of these wires. So what we're going to do, the other nice thing about this is on the LRS, we've got our 3 inputs, and then all of our DC is in line, which means I could be over here trying to work something, not realize it, and have this hot, hit the mains, and short something or blow something out, right? On this side, all of my mains voltage is on one side, all my DC voltage is coming out the opposite. And I'm going from 3 screw down terminals to 4. So I won't have to double up anything at this end either. So that's going to make it nice. And since it's going to go in this way, all of my mains voltage stays right over here by the plug. All of my DC is right here. I say all my main voltage. My SSR is still over here. So that's one piece. But these, the buck converters are basically going to connect in just like that. You know, I'll just loop them around the side and plug it in right there. Makes life a lot easier. And I'll have plenty of extra wire here. And hopefully I got one of these that's long enough to be able to just come around to the 3/8C, so I don't really have to create a new wire. Yeah, let me toss this in here. Come on, where are you at? There's that. Darn it. I'm trying to figure out what I'm catching on, and it's the wire trough here is kind of out just a little bit too much, and I'm just catching the edge of it, I think, as I'm trying to get this in here. The other thing that I can do is, I don't know, move my buck converters out of the way to give me some more room to work in. Because this is the other thing. Like I said, I'm going to be getting a little bit wider and just a little bit longer than what we had before. So it does my, there we go. Can I get everything mounted and still be out of the way? And the answer is yes, barely. Yes, barely. So I'll have to, you know, strip my wires here and replace them in the Wagos. Which, please tell me I didn't cut those too short. That one fits. That one, no, they don't fit. Dang it, all of these are too short. So we get to go through that again. Because all of these are, I thought they were going to be long enough. They're not, they're too short. So let's see what we got. what we got is the need for me just to stop trying to fight it and just cut these, do them with, you know, just double up connectors on one of these. I was trying to be fancy. That's what I get for trying to be fancy. It'll be a little bit tight trying to get in there, but we'll get them in there. Okay. And by the way, I'm doing good, Royal Nomi. I'm kind of like you. I feel like I sound like Mickey Mouse just because allergies have been kind of kicking my tuchus. But as they say, that is life. Definitely my life. Now, the part that's going to suck is trying to get these terminated and laid in here while I put it in there and then get the other 3 wires put on there. But it's just going to be me whining for a bit. And making sure that I get these, I'll say, aimed in the right direction, which means facing downward when I crimp them. And once again, we're doing this because in, I'll say, real world testing and real world printing out at Murph, we were realizing that we were about high 90% of the time we were trying to kick off a print. The print would skip steps, or the printer would skip steps as it was jogging over to do the as it was quickly moving over to do the bed mesh. So in doing what we're doing here, I think what we're going to do is solve a potential power drain issue where we've got 4 or 5 hot ends that I've spec'd higher amperage or higher wattage, which means higher amperage hot ends than what would be normal on one of these. So yeah, perfect for narrating murder bears. Exactly. So there's 2. And there would be 3. And I have a feeling I'm just going to have fun with these. But such is life. Rock on. No, come on, darn you. All right, there it's latched on. Ooh, that's pretty. Now I'm going to have to actually try and get these wired on there before I put it in. I'm not going to have room afterwards. So, red and white, right? Red is dead, live is hot, right? So that's the way we look at it. Sorry, I know I'm down here and I can probably switch to that view. So you can try and see what I'm doing over here, which is trying to use the wires that I already have, which seem like they might be a little bit short. I didn't feel that way when I installed them, but yeah, no. And then we've got the blue. And I love my color scheme, so we're going to do black and blue because, well, blue is cold, right? So that would be the neutral. And black would be normally our ground for a DC side. It really should be something other than black for this, but I've got black. That there, that on top of it. I'm going to freak some professional electrician out and he's going to lose his mind on this, but hey. Why are you not? That one there, you sit right on top of it. Nice. At any point, somebody can be nice and tell me like, hey, dummy, just unhook the other side from the Wago. And I guarantee it'll be a lot easier to get these wires in there. Now, will it be easy to get the wire back in the Wago? Maybe, maybe not. That's a completely different story, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Once again, this side is don't hate me, black going over to the Wago, and then blue going between the two mains. I really should replace that black one with the blue, but it is what it is. And then I've got my ground cables, which will be the yellow, green, green, yellow set of wires here. Screw those down. I'm really going to try and meet these and really get a good connection on them, because I do not want these coming loose. Now, granted, they're not going to be moving around that much. In fact, they're going to be pretty stationary once I put this in place, because I don't plan on undoing them anymore. But, okay, where are we at? Hooks. That back, lay that on there. Here we go. Now to get my black wire. Oh, and it needs to get put in the right spot on the Wago. Give that a tug. And that is in there good. Okay, so let me bring this around a little bit and pop you guys off and show you. So there we go. We've got our, we got our two power supplies wired up, daisy chained together, going into a single set of Wagos. The Wago's going back to our power inlet. Now we need to start working on the DC sides. And once again, this one is going to do our 5-volt and go to the 6HC. So this is the one that goes to the 6HC. It did route up here around and back. What I did was I pulled it out through here and just brought it down this side. And we're going to bring it in here on one of these. So we really just need to back on here in the right way. There we go. So this is our 5-volt, this is our 12-volt. So I want the 5-volt and the 6HC to come to this side here. And then the other one will go to the one right next to it. So this one will be the 3HC and the 12-volt power supply. So what I'll be able to do is just bring this one straight around and plug it in. This one I'll bring down a little bit further. Drop it out right here at the end of the cable trough and bring it straight back and plug it in here. So I'll be cutting this a little bit shorter, but what I want to try and do, see if I can't move my label down. So I'll cut this to about right there. And then we can strip and re-terminate these ends. And which way is which? Oh, it's a good thing I've got another one here. Thank you for the lurk, Royal Nomi. So positives are over here, negatives are over here. So, hey, I might have just cut that too short, or I'm going to have to route it out this way. Bring it around and go negative, positive. Bring this around and do a same thing, negative, positive. And like I said, I'm just going to pull that back so I can bring my label down. And I'll cut this to size. Let me get some terminals on that. Probably would have been easier to do before I don't know what this is doing, but we'll back to our standard one. Once again, we'll be doing a bunch of fork connectors on here. Okay, so that's one. And once again, we've got positive to the inside, negative to the outside. So I'll remove the screws and screw these down. And these should slide in, so I don't need to take these all the way out. So once we get this done and we get it back up and printing, we'll be switching over and starting to work on the chopper droid build that we're doing as a collaboration with Creatrix Brit. So she is she's going to be doing cheap, and I'm doing chopper, which are basically the same frame. It's just different different paint schemes, slightly different bodies. They're relatively the same astromech, just slightly different body setups and stuff. So that'll be fun. Coffee. Actually, surprisingly enough, I don't have coffee tonight. But I went into the office yesterday and I went into the office today, so I had to get up extra early to travel to the office. So I was drinking a lot of coffee at the office because also at the office I have free coffee. So why not use it. I've been pretty wired the last couple of days. Pretty wired, crashing hard, fun stuff. So we'll get these on there and get these screwed down. And like I said, I'm hoping to be able to use one of these wires that I cut down for the connection over to 3HC. If not, no big deal. We'll make a cable. Not that difficult. All right, so same thing. We'll just get this underneath there. And here, this one here. Run that around like that. There, that's fine. We're going to do the same thing with our 12 volts. Buck converter. Son thought you were pranking him today when I called him to grab my meds. Oh, jeez. Okay. Come on. Negative. Positive. Here we go. And like I said, we need some cables that will run over here. So we basically need to go from here over to there. And that actually looks like it might roughly do it. Let's give that a shot. So the 3HC, well, actually is currently daisy chained off of the 6HC. So let me move that wire first. 6HC to PSU on the top, which means the 3HC daisy chain should be on the bottom. And we'll just HC to 3HC is this one, and I have to double check, but it looks like positive towards the center, negative towards the far end. Yeah, that makes sense. Based on how I grabbed the wires out to begin with. But don't fret, we will double check. The wire for our fan. Don't put that in just yet. Come on, there we go. So positive side was the one that had the label on it. So again, positive towards the inside, negative towards the outside. There. And like I said, let's see if we can get away with these. Negative. Negative. And by get away with, I mean the length and not having to create a new wire. If so, that would be really awesome. If not, well, so be it. So playing nice. No. Yeah. I'd kind of do it like that. I probably can get there. So I can get these underneath there, over here, through the woods we go. We're not going into this trough and then going around. We're just going to kind of straight peel it straight across. It's going to be under a deck panel. You're not going to see it. It's not that, I'll say, critical. So over here somewhere and drop it in. Kind of do like that. It'll be up. It's out of the way of the rod over there. I'll have room to run it like this. I've got my two ends here, positive, negative. So be able to terminate these and get them plugged in. Sorry about that, folks. I know I was standing right in the way. Hey, shenanigans, how's it going? Hope you're doing fine today. We are doing some rewiring. We are testing a theory that I had that we were basically running into brownouts with the black box because I chose to use the high flow heater cores. Instead of running 5 40-watt tool heads, I'm running 4 60-watt and a 65-watt tool head, which means, of course, pulling more amperage on the where did I put the screwdriver at? I'm pulling more amperage from the PSU, and it had a single, it was an LRS-350. And so what I've done here is replace the single LRS-350 with a set of dual UHP-350s. So we just doubled the power available to us. Now we're only running, 3 tool heads and the 12-volt buck converter off of one. And that 12-volt buck converter is supporting the cooling pump and the fan for the radiator for the cooling pump. And then the other one is running the 6HC, the Duet 6HC board, so the main board, and the 5-volt buck converter, which is providing power to the Raspberry Pi. So that's kind of how we're laid out there. The nice thing in this setup with the UHPs, my AC is over here. So this full quadrant here is AC. And my SSR is over here. It's nice and covered up, but that's 100 main voltage as well. I would say it would be, this is DC, this is mains. So if you wanted to like flip the Raspberry Pi in this, you'd have to flip the main boards as well and have the main 6HC over here and the 3C on the left, because these are connected by a ribbon cable. Of course, you also don't need to run a Raspberry Pi. You can run the Duet Web Control Interface right off the 6HC. But I've heard you may run into some issues that way. It may throttle and toggle down. But I think we've got everything connected now. And so I'm trying this option. Chris over at KB3D is actually going to try and swap the 350 with a 450 and see if that gives him enough overhead. The other thing I need to do is put my plastic covers back on over here. So these just go right over these terminal blocks to cover them up. Oh, and they might not clip down in there because we doubled up. No, we didn't double up. Why is it not clipping down in there? Get it in the right place, it clips in. That would be one. There we go. So we've got that clipped in there. I got everything set that we can put the back panel on. I'll leave the one side panel open. I was going to say put the back panel on and get the fan connected. So we did this on last stream where we prepped our cooling fan. So we got this prepped. Now we just need to get this plugged in. This wire I think is going to be a little long. Well, I can live with that for now. Plug that in. I need to tighten those screws up. All right. Now, if all is good, I'll be able to plug this in and we won't get any sparks. Like you guys are going to be looking right down the gullet there to see if we get any sparks. And we do not want sparks. No sparks. Okay, we're plugged in. I've got stuff in front of me here. I'm going to go ahead and Flip the switch. 3, 2, 1. Hey, look at that. We might have done something right and things powered on and worked right off the bat. Pumps pumping. I will, oof. Pumps pumping, radiator fan just kicked on, the lights just kicked on and blinded me. Let's turn that sideways so you guys are getting a straight on view here. Everything, like I said, we've got everything cabled up here. Raspberry Pi's on. I'll have to make this a little bit shorter. This wire could be a little bit longer so I can run it in and around the trough, but it's good for right now. So this is the power for this board. It used to be daisy chained off of the 6HC. Now the 6HC is direct powered from the far side. So this is a 6HC and the 5-volt buck converter, because this is providing 5-volt for the Raspberry Pi, and there's 5-volt that comes into this board. And then this one is powering the 12-volt buck converter and the 6HC, which has 3 of the hot ends on it. So basically that should clear up any potential power dips or sags that we would see as we would go through and try and do a print. So, mouse. What I want to try and do is bring up the Duet web control interface. Just try some moves. Okay, so everything home. I'm going to try and do a bed mesh. Actually, before I do that, let's replicate the issue, right? So I'm going to start spinning up all of the heaters to 220. And the heat bed to 65. And turn the tools on. So what I've just done is, go here to the full display. So I just activated all 5 of my heaters. So all 5 of my heaters are heating up. The bed's heating up. Now what I want to do is run a bed mesh. Okay, so you saw that just went over there with no issue, and it's starting to run a bed mesh. In the past, when I would do that and it would make that quick move over here, it would skip steps and have an issue. So that's good, because we've got all 5 heaters going at 100%, so they're full tilt right now, heating up to temperature, and the bed as well. And we didn't have an issue with the with a rapid movement. Now I do want to say that I've reduced the acceleration for that. So I'm going to keep playing around with that, where I ratchet the acceleration back up to stock and do the same type of thing. I will set the temps for all, the heat bed and everything, and then go through and mark them all active, and then tell it to do a bed mesh and get that rapid going to see if we get a sag that will cause a skipped step here or there. Hey, Slab Stations, how's it going, my friend? Welcome back. So what we've done here, we were having issues. You might remember at Murph, I was having issues with the black box consistency when it starts a print and goes to do a bed mesh. And the issue would be that we would have a few of the heaters trying to kick in and heat up at the same time that it goes through and starts doing the bed mesh. And I think what was happening is because I'm running higher wattage heaters, that the single LRS-350 didn't have enough juice to cover everything, right? So what I've done is I've replaced a single LRS-350. Let me go back to the bench side here. I replaced the single LRS-350 with a dual UHP-350 setup down here. So this far UHP is now running the 5-volt buck converter, which is applying 5 volts for the Raspberry Pi, as well as the 5 volts, external 5 volts that's required for the Duet board. And this Duet board is on that one as well. So this has pretty much everything. All of the fans, the panel do, the the trigger for the bed, which is mains voltage anyhow, the lights, all of that is running from here. The 3HC has now been moved to a separate power supply, and this power supply is providing the power for the 3HC, which covers 3 of our 5 tool heads, as well as the 12-volt buck converter, which runs the water pump and the 12-volt fan for the water pump. So what we've done is distributed the power load. We've doubled the amount of wattage and amps that we can run. And then we've dispersed and split the power load between these two. So I think what was happening was we had multiple heaters heating up and trying to do a rapid move on the motors. The motors were trying to pull large amperage or the full amperage to do the rapid move. And there wasn't an available overhead on the power supply, so that they were skipping from basically a power sag or a brownout type situation. So we've done one test. That was it. So we're gonna try something else here. So I think what I need to do is go into my system, into the config G, pull back up onto the full display here, and I had reduced the acceleration. I just need to find where it's at again. So drive numbers, forward or backward, microstepping, steps per millimeter, maximum instantaneous speed changes. Maximum speeds. You're going to have to look at the base configuration files to try and determine what's different. Because I know I did knock the max speed down. Where am I at here? That's the macro tools. I might need to. Because these are the macros for the tool. Or no, it's not. There we go. We're a 5 FDM tool. That's our configuration. This is the macros. Yeah, so I need to unzip that and look at the config G and do some comparison. Thirty. All right. 30. Okay, so it's the set acceleration millimeters per second here, line 24. I had dropped them in half from 4,000 down to 2,000. So let me switch that back over to 4,000. Whoops. Four thousand. Z, I think, stayed the same. E 5,000, A 800, that's good. Okay, and that should be all I needed to change there was the max acceleration. So I'm going to do a save and restart. And now I'll let things start cooling down. And all of my tools are off. They're going to start cooling down. What I'm going to do is come in here and set these. Got them at 250. So that should give them. I'll set the bed at 100 because the bed's going to take longer to cool off and then warm back up. And what we're going to do is we're going to wait just a minute and let some of this stuff cool back down. That way, when I say activate again, it's going to have to pull a lot of power in order to do the power draw or to heat back up. So I'm going to let that go down. Meanwhile, I will go ahead and tell it to home because that won't affect what we're going to do here. I guess the other thing that we can do, because like I said, what I'm trying to do is just make sure that we're pulling the maximum amount of power to see if I'm getting a brownout type condition or if I pop the breaker, one of the two. So fan 0, this is the fan that's on the tool head. So I'll turn that on. Darn you. Go off so I can turn you back on in a second. So the tool head fan is going full bore. Fan 1, which is our water cooling fan, is going full bore. Fan 2 is our, should be our skirt cooling fan. Yep, that's now going full bore. And I'll bring the lights up here in a second, but basically I'm just trying to do a max power draw. But you'll see here, there's our skirt cooling fan. Well, let me. So here's where our skirt cooling fan's coming out. It's right underneath that the Z there, and it's providing it's pretty good breeze that's coming across the top of the bed here. And it's going to be right about the level I probably can. Oh, dude, that's actually about right in the right spot. That's about right in the right spot. So what we're going to do is we've now got all the fans up and running. The tool head should have cooled down a ways. I'm going to give them a little bit longer to let the tool heads cool down. And then what we're going to do is activate all of our tool heads, and that way while they're heating up all at the same time, we can tell it to go ahead and do another bed mesh, and it's going to do that rapid move over to the front corner to start doing the bed mesh. So we'll be able to basically, we're going to stress test the power system to see if adding the additional power supplies and distributing the load between them has solved the problem that we were seeing. And like I said, I'm working with the idea of swapping out the one power supply for the two 350s, and Chris, KB3D Chris, he just got in some Meanwell LRS-350 power supplies, which will be another 100 watts. So he's going to try and do some tests to see if he has issues with a single 450. We think it'll still fit it, but I think it's longer and wider than a standard 350. So I'd have to look at the measurements and see. The issue we're having here is the overall length. The width, we've got a little bit more room to play with still, especially if we run the 5-volt to GPIO on the Raspberry Pi versus into the USB. But it's the overall length that causes some problems, because we just start running out of space within that enclosed area. Okay, so most of our tool heads are down. So I'm going to start with the heated bed and turn it back on. It's down around 50C, and I've got it programmed to go up to 100. I've got all the tool heads to go up to 255, and they're all down around 40, 50-ish C. So I'm going to start with the bed and activate it, go ahead and activate all of the tool heads, and then tell it to do a bed mesh, which should start off with a rapid move over here to the corner. And if everything goes well, then I think we've solved our overall problem. I am going to, before I do that, I am going to go ahead and turn the lights on full bore as well. Now we did remove one of the light sticks, so we just got the two. But once again, we're just trying to look at max power draw here. Sorry about that. See if I can, wish I could shade that out. So, bed active. Tool head, tool head, tool head, tool head, tool head. So all 5 tool heads are active. The bed's heating up. They all should be pulling max wattage. Do a bed mesh. And no problem. Other than it just caught on the caught on one of the things there, but so I think that is one solution that solves my problem, because I'm running the higher wattage hot ends. Now I need to going to kill the lights now, which it will do as soon as the bed mesh is done because it processes things in order. So yeah, I think what I'll... What was that? One of the fans keeps like cycling, and I'm not sure if it may be the actual X carriage fan may be catching and stopping, or if it was the bigger skirt cooler that was doing it. But I would just hear a real quick drag, and then one of the fans would stop and then start back up again. Oh, thank God. You can see again, sort of. I can see with little flashies. Yeah, I think that has solved our problem. Vent notification, heater 0 fault, temperature rising too slowly. Okay. The tool head 0 is at 250, so I don't know why. So, you know, once again, oh, that's what it was. It's the bed heater that triggered. It was turning on too slowly. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. That might just be a... Well, I didn't adjust that wire at all. But for giggles, I will go in and double check all the wiring over here since I did play around with one of the Wagos. So for now, I will... Safety first, all. I was going to say, let me shut these off. Let those start cooling down. The bed's already cooling down because it faulted. Like I said, I'll take a look at that in a minute or two. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, and this is what I wanted to work on today and get this swapped over. I'm feeling confident that we have solved the issue, but I will continue to... I'll have to continue to play with it, of course, and just run it through its paces. But it does seem like that has fixed the problem in adding that secondary power supply. Just going to clean some things up here. The other thing that we were going to work on, well, not necessarily tonight, but we are going to get working on it. Maybe we'll start getting things out and making sure that we can inventory and have everything that we're going to need, is the droid build. And we'll get into that on Saturday. That droid build is going to be our mini chopper. So we're going to be building this little guy. He is a miniature chopper. There's a couple of different ways you can paint him as far as the base color scheme. And I've got the body and everything printed out in order to, you know, build him and then paint him, which is one way of doing it. Or you can, I don't know, since I got tool changers and MMUs and stuff like that, you can go through and print the body in a multicolor print. However, I was doing that, and that multicolor print, you know, just doing the whole body is a few hours. Doing it a multicolor print, it's about a day and a half. And I was about 18 hours in, and we took a power hit. And it wasn't, you know, if it was a single power hit, the Prusa would have survived it. It wasn't a single. It was 4 back-to-back power blips, and the Prusa said, no, thank you. So we had to rethink whether or not we're going to do that, or if we're just going to take our part. And the coloring here was using some paint markers to see how that would work. I might still do that. But there's a couple of different ways that we can build this. Let me just get the rest of them. I think this is him. Yeah. So black box, you're in the way. $90 on most tool heads, so we'll have to wait. So body-wise, obviously I printed him in black to start with. Let me see if we can't get this kind of set up over here. So we've got his body, and this is the full print where you can come in and paint, and it doesn't have the arm in the front that can come out. Then there's a second way of doing them where he's got this front piece, and you can add a servo in the back here and have the arm that will come out to the front. It won't articulate any more than that, but it'll just come out static to the front. So it adds one more piece of motion using a servo. And then we'll have his legs. And each of the legs will have a lower foot area that goes on the other side like that. And your drive motor will mount in here. If I grab the right one, that lines up right. Yeah. So we'll have drive motors that'll sit in here that will drive the wheel. And we'll have our 2 legs, so one on each side. So we'll have the legs that go back, I think, actually. So we'll go to the back side. So they'll be like this. One leg there, one leg here. With chopper body in the middle. We'll have a wheel in the front that'll be a castering wheel, and so we'll be able to drive it, think like a tank, because it'll be a free castering wheel in front. And then his head dome will rotate around as well. So a cooler, smaller, less complicated. I do have the files to actually do a full-size chopper as well. But this is what we're going to start working on. And I think, what do I got in here? Bits, bobs, and gubbins. Those little wheels. These will be the wheels for the main legs. This will get mounted and become the, I'll say rotisserie, but the, English language sometimes. The Lazy Susan for making the head rotate. But yeah, we've got a printed wheel, the fork and everything. So in this case, we can put it together and make sure that everything fits and we'll say get them working. And then I can worry about either reprinting the body and just moving all the electronics over to a different body. Because I'm thinking rather than doing it in black and then trying to spray paint and do all the painting and stuff, I may just reprint everything in white, and then I will be set up for, you know, just having to paint the accent pieces versus everything. And who knows? I mean, you guys know me. I'll probably build more than one of them. Because I'll do one, I'll be like, man, that is so cool. And then I'll have to build another one. Or maybe I build one with no, you know, no movable arm, and then do a second one and add on the movable arm. And how's it going, Maker Viking? And this box, I think this one has the motors and the little boards and stuff that I'm going to need for the build. How bad is that I got this so long ago I can't remember what's in what box anymore. I know I had ordered all the parts. So these are little nanos with some Arduino nanos. These are power bricks. These will be our LiPo batteries and our milliamps. So each of the legs, I believe the leg motors will have dedicated batteries in the legs that run those motors, and then the nano and stuff will run off of a separate battery up higher. Oh, okay, Maker Viking. Which projects are you working on? Because I mean, when you say your projects, it could be, you know, a build, a printer, like a build for yourself, a printer that you're designing for everybody else, or God only knows what. What are these? ESD Tech. These look like Bluetooth modules. Oh, there we go. We got some Bluetooth modules that'll be part of how we talk to it and control it. And of course, if you buy one and you're buying stuff from AliExpress, buy extra. I did. Some H-bridge. These would be motor drivers. Yeah, H-bridge DC steppers. So that these would be the stepper drivers for the motor, or for the motors. So, little stepper driver. Will be, you know, of course, direct soldering to this. Yeah, it could be so many. Two Trees SP5 upgrades. Okay, cool. Well, like I said, the one that we're working on here, the black box, I came up with a mount for the dual UHP-350 power supplies. We got those installed, and that seems to have fixed some of the problems, which I think were being related to like a brownout type situation. And then, so that'll solve that part. And then, you see, some of the other stuff might be in here. Oh, look, we got some other power supplies, some 200 watt, 24 volt power supplies. These would be, I think I got these to do some lights with. Ball bearings. Oh, this might be, I think this is this is stuff for the Dio build. Different style bearings, plug adapters. Yeah, this stuff is for the Dio build that we need to finish. Yeah, I kind of need to go through the bill of materials here and just make sure that I do have everything that I need. 115, 105. Why do I have? Oh, this is the guide for doing the front arm. This will be a couple of different. You're basically just adding a moving pin with the arm and a servo that's gonna actuate it. That's kind of how we're going to do the moving arm when we do the second one. And this is kind of like a secondary mod, so it's just changing the one body panel out. Yeah, so there's kind of like the end result is you'll have this servo mounted. You'll have a servo arm on the little movable arm and then a little length of wire. So, and like I said, I'm pretty sure I probably have the stuff to do 2 of them because I normally buy a lot of extras when I buy stuff from AliExpress. And if not, I can always get the extra parts that I need. I just need to go through here and look one more time at the mechanical bomb and make sure I have the right motors on hand. Which I'm pretty sure I bought all this, so I should have it. It's just, do I know where it's at? And then right now, going on the bamboos, I'm printing some parts for a project that I'll be able to show you the end result, but I can't show you the build, if that makes sense. It's under a closed beta right now. So we'll go through and work on that. I'll work on that off stream and getting it built up, and then I'll kind of be able to show you guys some status along the way. And then, yeah, I think that's about it. Didn't have a whole heck of a lot going on today or planned for today. Bluetooth module, we saw that. Arduino Nano, we saw that. Toggle switch, I'm pretty sure I have a toggle switch for turning it on and off. The motor driver boards, we had those, the 5-piece dual channel driver boards. It's the motors, the gear motors. They were over here somewhere. I know what those are, and I will find those. Those are the ones that kind of look like the yellow sticks. Give me 1 second, folks. Alexa, Studio, Light, Max. There we go. It's getting dark in here. It's the little motors that look like yellow sticks with the dual kind of hard to explain. And I know I have them. They were down here. That's not them. That's not them. And that's the issue. Too many projects and moving stuff around too many times because I'm not working on the project actively. And then you forget where you put all the parts for said project. Okay. Yeah, I will need to find those and have them ready for Saturday. And to reiterate, I'm looking for these type motors right here. Right, so that's what I'm looking for. And I know I've got some. This was part of a kit, so I know it's not these ones. But trust me, I will scavenge them if I have to, if they're the right size. But that's the things that I'm looking for. And like I said, I know I've got them. I've just got multiple project boxes sitting over here. There's some black box parts. More black box parts. Or not black box, baby belt parts. Anywho, I will look for those off stream tonight. But yeah, that's kind of all I had. Like I said, I'm going to make sure in inventory and make sure that I have all those parts readily at hand and available for when we start building this. We're going to work on him on Saturday. And then what else do we have? We'll work on getting him up and running at, like I said, just the black body. And I want to make sure he works. If he works, then we can tear everything down and Raspberry shutdown. We get him working, and then if I need to, I can gut him and, or actually probably what I'll do is I'll print everything else out in white and build the body or build and paint the body and get this going. And then I'll have the white body with the painted parts, and I can just basically lift and shift from one chassis to the next, and do the couple of things that we'll need to do to make the arm move. And that will give us a more expanded working droid, but I need to make sure that I have a working droid in time for 3D Printopia, because that's kind of where we're headed, is to get that droid done for 3D Printopia as part of my collab with Creatix Brit. Okay, so we're going to push you over there. And I will need to get Evil Diesel's help again. Well, I need to put a couple more, or put the panels back in there. But I'll need Evil Diesel's help. We'll move the rat rig out. We'll put this back in the corner so we can plug her in and try and print with her some. The rat rig's printing beautifully. Need to get it back up online, but it may wait just a little bit longer because the only place I have really to put it is right here. And you saw during the build, you can't see me and I can't do much when it's right here. I'm going to clear out this area over here. We're going to build a workbench that it's going to sit on, and it's going to sit right over here. So yeah, it's more about trying to get stuff ready. We may go through, and if we are, I'll say if we don't have the other project coming in yet, We may, the next thing we may do after working on the droid is taking the V01 apart and breaking that down and then rebuilding it as a V02. Because I've got the stuff to upgrade it to a V02. So why not? Because the whole bottom frame was the same thing. It was just a lot of different printed parts and the new top hat, which I've got the new top hat. I understand that the blues won't match 100%, but eh. It was working beautifully as a V01. I don't need to upgrade it, but I'm going to. Add the FISEC CNC bed mount. It makes a lot of difference. I've got a Kirigami on it. I've got a Kirigami bed. So, well, here, let me, 1 second, please. This is the Dio stuff. So, we stick this back over here. Too much stuff, too many projects. Give me 1 second, folks, just to try and straighten some things up and get things out of the way. And we will get right back to looking at some things. All right, that goes here, this goes here. And just like that, whoops, guess what I found? So there's the motors I was looking for. I got 2 sets of 4, and I think I only need 2 for it. So we'll have plenty of those then for that build. I just put one of the bodies away. That'll be for the rat rig. Power supplies, extra power supplies go over here. What was I getting? Wow. Oh, we're going to bring the V01 up here. Let me take that off. Here we go. Oh. So, here's the V01. We're about to break the spool holder off of it because I've kicked it about 8 times. Gonna cut that filament off. This is a IC3D blue ABS. I mean, I like blue, and this is a pretty nice blue. Hope it's blue. If it's purple, just let me know. Red, green, colorblind, and I mix up purple and blue all the time. ABS. ABS. Here. Okay. So the V01 here, so the overhead view. We had that's really gonna break off. I added the utility belt here because I was finding that my Bowden cable was just marring up the top of the hood. I never did install the flipped hood because I thought that was not really useful anyhow. But we've got a Kirigami bed. Apparently a bunch of stuff that just slid back there. Oh. The door mounts for the door that I had to take off to put on Free Heathens after I broke the door that went with his kit. We're using the standard 01 display. We may swap that out with something else. What is moving around in there? Oh, it's probably the, yeah, that's what it is. The charcoal in the Nevermore. So we had a Nevermore. We had a Kirigami bed. We are running the, what do they call that? The stealth burner tool head there. This is a, should be a dragon now. I had a dragonfly and it kept pissing me off. So it should be a dragon. A Sherpa Mini. I had a crash and I had a beautiful crash. It threw the bed, it threw the, like, opened the door and threw the bed out. Completely mangled the X gantry extrusion. So this is now the super lightweight X gantry extrusion there, right? We've got the, what do we have in here? We've got a SKR Mini E3V3 and a full Raspberry Pi. I guess I could just take things off, huh? Put that like that. Got to grab these because hey, Chris, how's it going? So Chris, you missed it. We did have the, we did a quick test. We've got the dual 350 power supplies installed. And we turned the heater, the bed heater. We had all the fans running, the lights on max, the bed heaters turned on, and all 5 tool heads starting to heat up at the same time. And did a bed mesh with no issue. So that was good. And this is a 3D printed panel. I left the gap there to allow for better ventilation because I was having cooling issues. But let me see what we got here. 3x8s. 3x8s. So needless to say, it was working. Everything was working just fine. I'm going to have to, of course, do some real testing. But it looks like the dual 350s did work out as we were expecting it would. So that's good. Here, I might as well take this stuff off now anyhow as we're chatting, because this is one of the things we'll start doing after we do our little droid build, is start tearing this down so we can do the rebuild on this. And I thought that was an E3V3. It's not. This is an SKR Mini E3V2. SKR Mini E3V2. So this will get a brain upgrade. It's using the standard umbilical. It doesn't have the new fangled cool one. Maybe I'll order one from Chris. Get the new fangled one coming in. But this one, it's just basically a breakout board. So you've got the one main connector that goes into your tool head, and then everything else just plugs in here. There's no smarts here on this umbilical. It's just a straight pass-through. What we'd wind up doing is swapping that out for either a V3 or actually, I mean, there's nothing wrong with this one. And quite honestly, I could literally take this one, put it in the V2, and maybe have to make a couple of changes to the config, and it'll work. Because I think the V2 you get a little more of distance on your Z or whatever, but I'm going to be reusing the same motors and everything like that. I shouldn't, my fear is I change the board and I may have to go through and like redo or repin the motors or whatever. You would think I wouldn't have to, but I might. This is running a straight LRS-150. So this is a Kirigami bed with a standard, I swear, sometimes English. It's a Kirigami bed, but it's not running the LDO thing, the polyamide bed. So 2 by, not sure where that fell out from, but fell out from somewhere. Do I feel the printed parts need any adjustment? Which printed parts are you talking about, Chris? Of course, there would be a different printed part that I've already sent over to you, but I need to send you the updated one. I do have a newer version where I cut out some like lightning triangles. And once again, I did it at 6 millimeters thick versus the 10 millimeters thick, and it works just fine. I'll show it to you here in a second. This is actually going to be fun to redo this build. It needs a little bit of love anyhow, so kind of looking forward to redoing this one. This was one of my, actually this was my first Voron printer, was the V0. And as you can see, I modded it a little bit here and there. Oh, dang it, that one went where it wasn't supposed to, I'm sure. We'll find it eventually. So do I have it up? Hey, why did I close Fusion? So what, let me bring this up and I'll show you the latest version. 12s. Panel comes off. And I still can't get any of these nuts out. This is going to be a problem. M3 by 40. Okay. It's secured. Go away. Sorry here. Hey, Evil Diesel, how's it going? I'm going to go full display here real fast and file, open, black box. Yeah, so this is the latest version here. I just popped in a few lightning holes and basically called it good there. But yeah. And then that surprise filament you sent me, Chris, it's printing beautifully. It is printing beautifully. All right, so that's out of the way, though I do want to put this back in here because I'll be flipping this around constantly. How's it going, Diesel? Yeah, I decided to get a little fancy and, make fillets and curves and, cut some things out. I didn't round over or chamfer all the edges. I hear you only chamfer all the edges when you're doing metal work, so. Oh, I meant to show you the actual, like, in the printer mount. So let's look at this camera. And, oh, I'll take side panel back off. So as you can see, as you can see, I only have 2 of the screws in there, but they're M4s with the M4 fender washers behind them. And this is a little bit long, so I will be making that shorter. But there's our 2 3HPs. It's a little tight. I'm not going to lie. It's a little tight to get in here, but if I remember right, we get this stuff placed, then we place this. And, it's all good. Right now, I do have these daisy chained because I only have space for the 3x3 Wagos here. I can't do 3 5x5s. And I don't want to put anything here because that would put wiring right down in front of the switch. Right, so right now my 3x3s are right here. Oops, sorry about that. And you've got the switch to the Wago to the power supply, and then the 3 for the bed. So we're coming out of here, we're going here and then jointing over here. And then on this side, this one is 5 volt and the main 6HC. And we were able to cut that wire down, and there was enough that I was able to use it to route to the 3HC. Probably needs about another 30 millimeter to route it better, but I'll look at that and I'll try and trace it out and give you a better estimate and how we want to run this around to get to the 3HC. The 12 volt comes right here. Which actually works out well because these become really short loops instead of looping all the way around up to the front. Trying to think. I mean, all in all, it worked out pretty well. It's a bit of a snug fit, but it fits. I did like a 3 millimeter gap between the two so they weren't right up against each other. And like I said, everything works and I should have plenty of headroom now because one of these is running the 5 volt, which has the pi, and the 6HC with like, mostly all the fans and everything on it. And then the other one's running the 12 volt, which is the water cooling pump, the water cooling fan, and then the 3HC, which is 3 of my hot ends. So we split the load of the hot ends out. Um, and like I said, everything worked. I didn't have a single issue with all 6 heaters active. And then running, I had dropped my max acceleration from 4,000 down to 2,000. So I brought that back up to 4,000. And like I said, had all 5 heaters going full bore. All the fans were going max. The lights were on max. And I said, do a bed mesh. And it bed meshed fine with that fast move to the corner. So I think that is solving the problem. I'm gonna leave that one side off because I need to put like the deck panels back in here and stuff like that. But yeah, so she is working. Diesel, if you don't mind, if you can swing by tomorrow. If not, then Saturday. When we go out, I'll need a little assistance to muscle the rat rig out of the way so we can push this into the back corner. If you don't mind, sir. Meanwhile, let me come back over here to the overhead so you can see what I'm doing here. Good question. I have a feeling like I have meetings all throughout the day tomorrow, which is just makes me sick. Um, so my first meeting is at 10. And I do have a 15-minute meeting at 11:45. I've got to meet like a 30-minute meeting at 10. So you can either swing around before 10 or around like 11ish o'clock. Oh yeah. Well, the good news is, they announced a 7% cut. So they announced a 7% cut, even though we did finally make the numbers after we adjusted our numbers on the street 3 times this year. All right, sounds good. So yeah, there's a 7% cut, and I don't think I'm part of it because my boss rescheduled a meeting next week, but he actually moved it further out rather than in, which, is good. I think, I hope. Then Chris, I might want to talk to you about a project down the road. And it's not my project. It's a project that I am now involved in as a beta tester. I might try and get them to chat with you about the potential of some kits. Be for something really cool. I know that you will like it. Let me put it that way. Yeah, so great filament from Polymaker. I will also state that KB3D now is rocking not only Cookie CAD, but Ambrosia. You've got like the I don't know if you got the full line of Ambrosia, but you're getting like their ASA and other Ambrosia filaments, right? Because they got PLA and everything else in the Ambrosia too. What you don't have yet is coming soon. But what I'm saying is the Ambrosia, is it just, it's more than ABS and ASA, right? It's material-wise. Is it PLA and PETG, or is it just the ABS stuff that's their Ambrosia line? Come on. Okay, it's PLA and PETG too? Okay, sweet. Okay. She has been depaneled. I am going to take the screen off because that's another thing I keep hitting. And I will say that I like this little screen. It's a USB screen, and it's basically like a, like what, the 1280 whatever. You know, it's a standard just basic display. But on a V0, you're basically just using it to say, hey, do a home or start heating up. It's not like you're doing, you know, full clipper stuff on it, though. I can do like a 3 or a 4 inch, like I think it's a 3.5 or a 4 inch touch display, but it's a, what is it, the capacitive touch or whatever. It's crappy is what it is. Yeah. So what do I want to do? Start taking things off. I think I have a box I can put some things in. So I was going to say, hey, Chris, I need a box. And then I realized I have a box for me over here. So. And that's a running joke of, hey, Chris, I need a box because I just get too many boxes. Let me rephrase that. I get a lot of boxes from Chris. Okay. Got too many things here and not enough all at the same time. I know I got to be careful of what I say, and if Mrs. Dragon is in here listening. Like, I'm half tempted. So if anybody'd be interested, I have a full set of Rook Mark I parts, or excuse me, printed parts that would be available. And then I will have my V01 parts if anybody is interested. I can keep these parts available if anybody would be interested. I'll need the panels, but like the printed parts is what I'm getting at here. Oh, that's right. I was like, how's the power supply on there? But the power supply is on there with VHB on this model, right? Memory serves me right. Oh. Well, that's interesting. I don't know how I manage that. That off. That one, there's that one. Oh, that's going to that, which comes up to that. So that comes off there, and this is a couple of M3 screws. The ash prints might, okay. I will check with him. Because, like I said, it's not a full kit. It's just going to be the printed parts. But if you get there's the Fabrico kit. Oh, all right. So there's the buck. That's done, but I'm going to have to literally, whatchamacallit, pry that off because that's on there with VHB. Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't work with the LDO kit. I don't know. LDO normally has like a couple of different parts here and there. So we'll have to look at that, but what is this? Just locked in there? Now my plan is when I go to do this that I should be able to, of course, keep all of the, I'll say the main parts. So, you know, the Kirigami, the this, the that. The outlet's already done and wired up. It's just whether or not I'll need to change the length and stuff like that. Wires. Hey, got wires here that I haven't labeled. Well, that's fun. Let's go into the bed. So that would be Ergaba to the origami. What else is going to the bed? Thermistor. Fun. Power. This is everything going up to the top. You like how I was saying, oh, we're not going to stay on here too long, and now I'm like sitting here trying to dismantle a printer on stream. Ooh. And three nuts. Oh, they stayed on course, so they didn't do some, because normally they do some, I'll say some specific parts. Normally in the electronics is where they add some of their secret sauce to it. That's good news. Dropped one. Where'd it go? There it is. No? No? There it is. Maybe. Yes. I feel like that's. It is a 6 and not an 8. Awesome. Oh well. Yeah, I'll have to ask Ash about that. If he wants it, I'll send it to him. That's no big deal. Don't know if anybody would want a 01 part kit, but I'm obviously going to have one of those. So Chris, you said you're still going to try one of the 450 power supplies, right? Because I'm curious if that'll work with the, I'll say with like standard heads or standard heaters. I assume they would. For all 5 running with the lights and the new skirt fan and everything. Because that would be, you know, I have no idea how much headroom we have, right? And it could very well be just, you know, maybe we could change the startup macro, and rather than firing all 5 heads up, you know, fire up the first tool head and then, you know, like fire up the others after the first tool head. You know, I don't know. If we do it in sequence, I think it might reduce that peak power draw initially. I just don't know how much the power draw is impacting it. There's some of these I can take out now. There's some of them I won't be able to take out, but I am going to have to most likely break the frame down completely. That's power in. This is power to the bed. Trying to think like how much of this do I break down and how much of it do I leave like, I think I want to leave like this wire bundle and this wire bundle go into the board together so I'm not like trying to remove too much. I just do with the yeah. Because I didn't do like any power, analysis or anything. I just kind of said, kind of feels like it's doing a brownout. Let me swap over to a higher power supply. I wonder how long that zip tie holder had been out. And what is this? This is the end stop. This is coming. Oh, those are the two end stops. Oh, broke the mount, not the VHP tape. That works. That works. I'll probably do the same thing over here if I try and take that off, huh? Okay. Stuff that goes up to the bed. Now freed up to pop this out. I'm trying to remember on the ZR2, the motors, yeah, the motors have new mounts for like the Z and the everything. So we'll be redoing those. Ugh. Yeah. Undo this and unwind it. I kind of don't want to undo the Kirigami bed. Like I only want to break the frame down so far, so to speak. If I don't have to take it all the way down, I don't want to. Is there more mount? Or this is mounted to that. This has front bolts on it as well. Hey Liz, do you know if Libre, did they do a full, like, was that a V02 build from scratch, or was that a V01 to V02 conversion? I asked because I know that you talk with them. You think it was a rebuild? Okay. Yeah, because unfortunately they were on and doing it Saturday mornings when I was streaming. So it's like I wanted to see the build, but I kind of couldn't see the build. I know. I could watch it on demand after the fact. And I will. Okay. Oh, forgot about that. There's one half of the whatchamacallit, the anti-backlash nut. The spring's somewhere over there. I'll have to find that later. What else? Oh, yeah, I'm sitting here. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Moral of that story: be careful of sneezing on stream. Yeah, I'll have to go back and check and see if they had how badly they had to break it down. They were able to keep some of the frame intact or not. because it would be really, really nice if I could. Feet for these things are so cute. And believe it or not, I think all of this was printed on my ender. All the parts here were printed on the ender for this. And I probably won't take it too much further tonight. I just wanted to make a little bit of progress on it. Give us a little bit of time. We'll kick over to Jano if he's up and running, because it's Thursday night, which means we got community marble races tonight. Can I get this to pop off? Oh yeah, I did break it, did that. Oh well. I got replacement anyhow. Okay, so that's off, that's off. Be able to pop this power supply off. And then we'll have close to a frame done. I mean, really the big thing about taking it all the way down and coming all the way back up would be, you know, if there was any difference in the dimensions, which there shouldn't be. I don't even think anything would be different on the y-axis. I know that we mount the end stop in a different location, because the 01 was mounted at the top and the 02 mounts it at the bottom. I don't think that's a major show-stopping point. God, how the hell am I going to get this off? I must have put like a lot of VHB tape on that. Tool head. Go ahead and take the tool head off. Maybe we wind up not doing the droid build on Saturday. Maybe we just leave this hip here and we just keep working on tearing this apart. Why do I only have 3 feet instead of 4? All 4 feet are off. I don't know. We'll toss those right there because I'm not sure if I'll need them, but we'll put them over there. I was gonna unmount the tool head. Should just be the 2 front bolts. And everything should come off. The nice thing about this particular tool head is it's just those 2 bolts and the whole tool head comes off. And of course, we got the X in stop. There we go. And this is the Dragonfly. I gotten rid of that and gone to Full Dragon. 35s. But there you go. Sherpa Mini. SLS printed. Nice Sherpa Mini, LDO style. I think this was a CBS. We got our Dragonfly. We've got our little umbilical board, and the nice thing is everything plugs in here. There's no driver or anything like that on this. This is just a dumb board. So it just brings all your connectors here. One connector out to the back plane and 2 bolts, and you've got your whole tool head. You can bring it over to the workbench and work on it. You can swap this out for a regular Dragon or whatever. I know there are other designs like a Dragon Burner or something that might wind up going on here. Because this is the cooling sucks because it's 3010 fans. Now, if you're not printing with, you know, if you're just printing ABS and stuff, probably not that big of a deal. But if you are going to be printing a lot of PLA in this, then you want to rethink that tool head because there's not a lot of cooling in that tool head the way it is. Let me my hated M210 ST or M210 self-tapping. And for now, I'm just going to stick this back on this tool head so it's all kind of in one. These are M2 by 6, I think. These are things that I hate are these M2s. I have to get the I'm going to have to get the other drivers out to take that apart. I do know I at least have to take this top off, top rail off. That'll come off because these front idler mounts are completely different. Well, let's not knock that over. That would be a bad day. Then we'd have to have a screw sorting stream. And 3x12. We'll do the back one next, or the back couple next. Oh, look, a couple more M3 T-nuts, or M3 nuts. There's two with a metric butt ton plethora of M3 nuts in them. And I think what I want to do is undo the front idlers, which will remove the tension on the belts. And make it easier to get these out. Take the belts off and stuff. Three by what? 35s. 3 by 35s. Don't lose our little washer or our idlers. Work. Don't want to lose your idlers here. But yeah, folks, I think I'm going to go ahead and call the stream here. One, it got a little quiet. Two, I'm just taking a printer apart. Not a whole lot of cool stuff going on, just taking a printer apart. Nice chill vibes though. Oh, I get you. I feel you there. Interesting. I feel like I'm not. So there's one. Oh, there's the other one. Like, where is the other little washer that goes in there that becomes the spacer? Okay, belts. I need to remove this, but I need to dig out the whatchamacallit, the other toolkit to do that. For mounting. Yep. Oh, he's doing a maker interview on Polymaker? Or that was at 7? Okay, is he running his own stream now? There we go. One motor. That's connected. Damn it. D motor X. Haven't taken the belts out yet, so These are 435s. Got to be a little bit careful here. He did say he was going to be streaming at 9:30. Okay. All right, there we go. There's one motor out. Just trying to be careful because I do have the screws for the pulleys through here right now as well, and I want to be careful I don't drop any of those pulleys out and lose some parts to those, because that would be bad. Look like more 35s. Comes down here somewhere. Where'd he go? All the way down. Okay. I can't pull out just yet. Okay. Spacer I won't need, but I do need the bearings and associated shims. So that's what I'm trying to keep here is the bearings and the shims. The bearings are easy enough to replace. It's the shims that are, they're not like standard M3 washers. They're literally M3 shim material. So if you lose those, you're kind of a bit SOL-ish. So you don't want to lose those is what I'm trying to say. I need to take that off. Can I get that with this? Not with that. This. Oh, I dropped an M2 self-tapper and I have no idea where it went. Oh, there it is. Caught by the cable chain. And a couple of M3x8 screws. That part's actually cracked. By 10s. Now this is going to get relocated to a different position, so I'll go ahead and move this from that printed part. And hopefully, no, that's not going to, I was like, hopefully I'll be big enough to pull the end stop through, and that's a negative, Ghost Rider. that pattern ain't happening. So we will have to unplug this, and I'm not sure if this end will go through. Oh well. Trying to keep from having to undo any more than I have to, but if I have to, we have to. I'll come through. I'll have to depin it and then repin it. Chances are I'm going to have to make it a different size anyhow, but yep, pattern is full. Okay. All right. So there's another end stop motor wire, an end stop wire, spool head. This somewhere over here. We can knock it off on something else later. We're going to take this motor off, but we got that stuff out of the way now, so this motor can come off. Let's see about trying to let's take the motor off first, because that's the added weight that on M335s here. Yeah, Chris, are you planning on streaming again soon? I mean, we are about 30 days away from 3D Printopia, so you know what, Slab Stations, I have not even looked at mods for the V02. At this point, I have a basic V02 print set done, and I haven't even thought about trying to do any mods for it yet. It was just really the 02's out. I might as well do an update and go from there. I don't know why I was thinking that that would allow me to remove those 30s. You're a shame, but yes, you do. Yeah. The only Chris stream is kind of like the only fan stream. Just making sure that there's no parts in here that I really need to keep, and I don't think so. I am not going to recover heat set inserts out of there. Just going to leave the heat set inserts. The only orange. Didn't you promise somebody some more black box footage? Ah, crap, I was trying not to do that. Okay. Bearing, bearing, bearing. Here's a bearing. There's a double stack. This is stack. Lost half a bearing stack. Where'd it go? Couple more nuts. Up. I literally lost half of a bearing stack. Oh, there it is. Maybe. Yep, there it is. Okay, good. That was almost scary. I think I can detach these. Oh, darn it. What is going on here? Why won't you come up? Like you're feeling like you're 100% loose, but you're not coming out. Why not? Gems. That. Oh, that's right, because there's one that comes from this side up. Urgh. Aggravating. wanting to come out. You're not wanting to come out. Damn it, so close. You take those off, and those are those damn tiny ass things. I can break part. I know, don't break part. Fine. Break out the iFixit again. Nope, that one won't work. I don't know if that was too small or too big. Too small. Oh, I just dropped. That's great. Your M2 by 6s. And one of them's down here somewhere. And all the way down. M2 by 6. M3 button head screws. Hey, Creatix Brit, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. We've been doing some minor surgery on printers tonight, so we swapped the single hard drive out, or shoot, hard drive. Wow. We swapped the single LRS-350 power supply out from the black box and put in a 2 UHP-350s, so like the little small thin form factor ones. And that solved, I think, the power issue I was having with that printer with running all the tool heads at once. And then we were talking and we were going to do the droid build, start the droid build. And then out of the blue, I don't know, started taking apart panels on the V0 here, and I'm apparently taking the V0 apart tonight. Belts. Probably going to replace those. I think I got enough to do it. I think I have to remove this from the side. In a minute or two since I've built this. Oh, OBS isn't working for you? Well, that's not nice of it. Not nice at all. And of course, I'm trying to do my damnedest not to drop one of these into this fan over here. Oh, hey, yeah, that'll work. All right, so there's 3. Let's do the 3 over here. We should be able to take this off. And these are M2x6 countersunk screws, so these are tiny little things. It's being poopy pants. There's a mom for you right there. It's being poopy pants. By the way, I loved your what I caught of your interview, conversation, collaborative stream with Uncle Jesse. All right, M2x6. Go on their ways. Oh, you're not in there. Why is this? Oh, here we go. Ooh. Okay. Two by sixes, and we'll get the other. Yeah, that's a M2 by whatever self tapper. Things that I hate. Oh wow! Hey zombie, welcome on in. Ooh, black box parts come tomorrow. Very nice. Very nice. Spacers go over there. And we're going to pull this off right in here if I can. All of it goes right where it's supposed to. So, zombie, what tool heads are you planning for your build? Revo high temps. Okay. So I will tell you that I just installed 2 UHP-350s instead of the. Oh God. So normally we have a LRS-350 powering everything. And what I've done on stream today, and it seems to have helped my, what I'm calling brownout issues, is swap the single LRS out for a pair of UHP-350s. So we got the uh, mains over here and the DC's coming out here. This one is going to the 5-volt buck converter, which powers the Raspberry Pi and supplies 5 volt to the 6HC. And so that same power supply goes to the 6HC. This side is going to the 12 volt, which is the water cooling pump and the fan for the water cooling pump, and the 3HC, which is supporting 3 of the tool heads. And that seems to have solved my issue with it skipping steps every time it did a fast acceleration move. Yeah, so these right now, I've got the high flow heater cores on 4 Revos at 60 watt, and I've got a 65 watt heater on my standard V6 hot end. So, and I think Chris is going to try a single 450 and see if that provides enough oomph for, I'll say, 5 standard tool heads, because remember, above the base model, we've added, well, we're going to say 2, not all 3, but just a front and back LED light strip, that new side cooling fan. What else? There's been a couple more things that we've added, didn't we? No, maybe not. Maybe it's just my upgraded hot ends. So yeah, long story short, I think we're going to wind up needing to go with a different power source if you're going to run the high temp or high flow hot ends. Oh, gotcha. You'll catch us. Okay, sounds good. Work away. 6. Yep. Of course, just add the X in stop trigger. Yeah, and he's gone. ADHD is kicked in and he's gone. He's out of here. Twelve. 15. 5. 5. They actually came today, but they wanted a signature. Oh, wow. They want a signature? I remember. I mean, I work from home primarily anyhow, so if something shows up and needs a signature, I'm normally here. So the last couple of days I have gone into the office, which, let me tell you this. My boss tells me during our one-on-one that he wants his leaders to start coming into the office on Tuesday to kind of, we'll say, entice the workforce back into the office, right? Or I'm sorry, on Thursdays. So I go into the office. Would you believe that today's Thursday, there's me, my boss, and one other person out of like the dozen or so people that were in the his team leadership meeting today? Not that I would be bitter over the fact that, I went into the office for apparently nothing. And then he goes, oh, we're going to start doing this in October. Like, what? What do you mean October? So I'm going to be very careful and try not to slide this off like I almost did. So I probably will want to take these off and add some more EP2 to them anyhow, but this is that extra light bar. This came from well, it's got Fabrico on it, but it also has, we got Fabrico there, and I have no idea who this person is, but yeah, it's whoa, it's very well made. It's pretty darn stiff. Swiss made, nice. Um, but yeah, it's pretty nice. I do like this. And also, this is going to give me a chance. I will wind up taking these rails off because I don't have the, yeah, so I'm going to have to take this down, the frame partially down. The, not break this one. We'll take the whole board off. The, these two rails in here do not have the backers on them. They still have I think it's just the printed one or just the straight nuts on them. So I'm going to take those off and put on the backer bars that I got. They're still floating around here somewhere. And that'll make those a little bit tighter, more robust on there. Get a little bit better input shaper results, stuff like that. Yeah, the more rigid your machine is, the better your input shaper results are going to be. And I will tell you what, the rat rig, my God, the input shaper results I got on the rat rig were amazing. And like I showed Zombie them, and I think his exact response was WTF. Um, he was kind of stunned. He's like, "What? That's real?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's real." Oh, I'm gonna break this mount. Oh, good God! Remember, boys and girls, there's probably no need to run a full length strip of VHB tape on these. Surprised I didn't bust that one trying to get it off. So my zip tie mounts kind of came off, moved. I think that was probably due to heat and temps. I don't know. Do you think that stuff will clean off with some isopropyl? I mean, is that an ACM? Yeah, that is an ACM panel. Wipe it down regardless. I'll have to apply a little bit of love to the side of that. I have to try and pry the power supply off because if I remember right, the power supply is in a different position. But that's got to come off at the very least. They're going, some of these are going to have to come off. There. There's more than one, two. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll take it down even more if we need to. This will probably be Saturday, I guess now, instead of working on the droid, we'll start working on this and trying to clean this up some, wipe it down. Um, Preferably just take off the bits. Like I know I want to remount these, so maybe we'll do what we need to pull pull this rail out, take these, take the linear rails off for the Y and redo them. Maybe at the same time when we're remounting them, we will add some more EP2 grease in them. The Z-axis, we could potentially take it off and re-grease them. But my hope and goal would be not to take the entire frame apart and have to rebuild the entire frame. That will be my hope and my goal. Will that happen? I don't know. We shall see. We'll try and take the Nevermore off of here though, because that will make it easier to work on. I know I do have like the side swipe or whatever for this, which is similar to the clicky. I have it, was planning on installing it, never installed it. Really never needed to install it. I got great prints off of it without it, so I was like, why would I install it and add to the complexity and stand the chance of running afoul of something? Or, sometimes we add mods or we try and fix things and we make it worse. So I was preferring not to make things worse if I didn't need to. Or these are what? 8s? Connect. Okay. Nevermore's out of the way. We'll leave the bed attached for the time being. Well, yeah, we'll leave the bed attached for the time being. We'll just kind of leave all this stuff out here and I guess this would be what we're doing on Saturday now that we've made a big mess everywhere. Let me continue to break a couple things down and that for there. One more screws to pull out of there. These were 35, right? These had that M3 by 10 self-tapper down there. All righty. We won't be able to clean any belt debris and anything like that off of these. Like I said, we're not going to have, or I'm not going to recover the whatchamacallits off of there. Heat sets. $5 and $25. All right, there we go. Ugh. That goes there, this goes here. All right, everybody. We all good for Jano? And is Jano up and running? Tesla's just went for a lurk. He's probably going to go let Jano know I'm getting ready to raid in, so he's aware. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get a raid started for Big Jano. All right, I just realized that this is, oh man. Guys, let me sit here with it being on a bad view. Okay, so raid. Following. Jano. Where's Big Jano? There's Jano. Okay, raid started to go over Big Jano. Thanks everybody for being here. And yes, it is Ash Prince's birthday. If he is up and running, please stop by over there and wish him a happy birthday as well. Thank you everybody for coming in tonight. Sorry we kind of meandered around and changed the theme up a little bit, but we did get the black box up and running again. So we're going to try and get them shuffled over there in the corner, and I'll work on getting all the panels and stuff back on them or on her, and we'll get some filament. Maybe we'll see it be printing soon. But thank you everybody for being here. I will see you guys on Saturday, and I guess we're going to start tearing down and reviving our Boron 01. So thank you everybody. Have a great night, and I will see you guys on Saturday. Bye now.